Welcome, everyone. I call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? All righty. Nobody there. How about motion to approve the agenda if there's no modifications or changes?
So moved.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those, any questions or comments? Everybody in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries. Purchase order. Any questions on the purchase order?
I just had a couple things I had already cleared up with Tracy this morning, so I'm good.
No internal budget revisions. We have change in status. New hire recommendation received from Tim Zaya, Director of Community Corrections, for the following: Jeff Shank as a home confinement officer with an annual salary of $43,135, effective March 22nd, 2023. James White as a peer recovery coach with the annual salary of $43,135, effective March 21st, 2023. Constant Amora, pronounce that right? All right, as a therapist type 2 with the annual salary of $70,104, effective March the 20th, 2023. Change in status received from Mike Lang, Chief Court Marshal for Thomas Knock. He is receiving a salary increase for years service. He will go from $47,779 to $50,586, effective March the 15th. Change in status received from Tim Zaya, Director of Community Corrections for Ryan Peterson, who is going from part-time driver to full-time drug screener. He will go from $17.82 an hour to $39,812 annually, effective March 13th, 2023. Per Tim Zaya, Director of Community Corrections, removal of Samantha Bianca from payroll effective March 1st, 2023. Per Tim Zaya, Director of Community Correction, removal of Robert Smith from the payroll effective March 3rd, 2023. And a letter of resignation received from facilities for Todd Whitmore effective March 6, 2023. Any other things there? I guess not. Approval of the minutes for February the 21st, 2023. Board and Commission review and equalization, everyone was present, as well as the February 23rd, 2023 Berkeley County Council meeting, everyone was present. Council calendars. Today we are here on Thursday, March the 9th. Just moved that the wrong way. Let's get back here. Tonight at 6:30 p.m. we have fire board meeting here in the chambers. On Monday at 2 p.m. LEPC, 5 p.m. Water District, 6 p.m. Farmland Protection, and 6 p.m. Airport Authority. Nothing on the 14th, and on the 15th, Wednesday, we will have a 6 p.m. Solid Waste Authority.
Excuse me. At 1:30 on the 15th, we have MPO at the Martinsburg Airport.
Okay.
The home,
Consortium,
yeah, I believe that's Monday at 9:30.
Monday at 9:30. Okay. Home Consortium.
Home consortium meeting,
Where do they do that?
206 Viking Way, 9:30 a.m. on Monday.
Okay. Nothing else there. Let's see. Calendars. Board and Commission calendars, got that. Canceled check request from the county clerk. Have a couple of those. And stop payment. Okay. Yep, stop payment and or voided check request. Building permit fee waiver for the Lions Club.
Yes, sir.
Has that all been Inwood?
Yeah, that's the Inwood Bunker Hill Lions Club. They're asking for the building permit fee to be waived on a community bulletin board that is to be placed at the First United Bank in Inwood, where folks can post job openings or job opportunities or just what's going on within the community. They've been wanting to do this for quite a while, and I think they're finally able to the point where they can construct this community bulletin board.
Is it a billboard style sign or what is it, you know?
Jim, I think it's somewhere around 4x4, maybe 4x6. It's nothing huge. It won't be a huge bulletin board whatsoever, but it will keep folks involved in what's going on in the community, and it will give them an opportunity also, like I say, for jobs opportunities or something of that nature too.
Community involvement.
I mean, it's a $180 permit, so you know it's not a huge structure.
Not electronic then.
No, it is not.
Okay, that's all part of the consent agenda, so. Alrighty, if anything else, a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Correction of assessment logs, the Honorable Larry Hess. It's all yours.
Good morning.
Morning.
I got a couple, we had to correct this past week, but I think we were over the bottom part. But first one I have is taxpayer error. They reported the vehicle on the personal property return, which they should not have done that. So we have to call the taxpayer error. And it's $140.58. Mr. President, I move to accept the taxpayer error personal property exoneration in the amount of $140.58.
Have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Like sign opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Motion denied. Next.
Okay. Thank you. The only other thing I have is office error, personal property corrections. We had a total of 11 of them here for reasons that's listed, but we had to correct those billing. And they total up to $1,205.70.
Okay.
Just need your approval on that.
Motion to approve the personal tax property exonerations reason for office error.
So moved.
Have a motion, do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries.
Good, thank you. Quick update on the two office area from Charleston.
Mhm.
The one, they were given 30 days to respond. We have not heard anything from them, so that's a fail. So what happens then? Well, next Wednesday, the 15th, if we don't hear anything from them, it just goes away. That's
Stays
30
what-
days to
stays what
respond.
is.
They don't respond by the end.
It is what
gone.
it is.
So, the other one, they had a conference, status hearing conference, didn't show up for it. So they canceled the other pre-hearing and the regular hearing. And we have a date now set up for, I think it's the 14th or whatever, for a conference call to discuss if they don't show up at that call. That's the only two we have, but just one.
So that wouldn't affect any change in the rules or anything like that. Okay. All righty. Thank you very much. Okay, boarding meeting reports, HD.
Sir, we had the Roundhouse Authority meeting last night. There's a lot going on down there. Getting ready for the home show coming up. A lot of cleanup, a lot of reorganization, clearing up extra space. Matt and Mr. Bird, who's been helping him, a new board member, been doing a whole lot of work down there. The place is really coming along well. They've kind of gutted out the overcluttered office, and we approved to spend up to $1,000 put new floor in there because the carpet was just stained and nasty. And mice had got into the one of the record drawers and papers were chewed up, and yeah, so they're moving along with that. The Bridge and Machine Shop Phase 2 project has now officially been accepted, and they've been notified. Their clock of 200, I believe they have 260 days, something like that, will most likely start around the 1st of April. And so that they should be breaking ground within a month, basically.
Okay.
That'll get us the the elevator and the steps going to the second floor there. Like I reported in the last meeting, there wasn't enough for the concrete floors, but that is underway. I'm also happy to announce that when we took this trip to Charleston last week, I met with the ag director. I've been meeting with him actually for a few years now, and they finally got us some money in the line item. We got $43,000 over 4 years. This year coming to be 22, following year 12, following year 6, following year 3. There is a contract with that. The money has to be spent for a farmer's market. We have teamed up with Main Street, and they're bringing in their farmer's market that was at the Fridays at 5, along with the farmer's market that was on Winchester Avenue there, and we're combining all that into one farmer's market on Saturdays, and we hope to incorporate also tours with that. People come in and want tours of the Roundhouse. Will now be open on those Saturday mornings to do tours as well as have the farmer's market there. That money from the state can be used in a few different ways. It can be used for advertising. It can be used for purchases we need. Like we needed to buy a walk-in cooler, for say, to put there for the farmers to keep products cool in between. There's a number of things we can do, but it has to be accounted for, and we have to give annual reports. And that money does carry over if we don't use it. Like I said, we don't need the whole $22,000 this year, and we want to look for a bigger bang next year, starting in a possible indoor market. When the bridge shop is completed, we can just use a little bit this year for advertising, and then pump that with next year's money into a big kickoff next year. So
On the, just a thought with the walk-in cooler type freezer, you may be able to rent a reefer truck that would
right.
probably be
I
suffice.
was just giving
Yeah.
examples. These are sort of examples they gave us while we were
Right.
down there. I'm not saying that's what we're doing. I'm just
It might
saying
be beneficial.
these are some of the things we can do with the money. But
If the market people didn't have their own
right,
coolers.
right,
Okay.
yeah. And I actually have access to some of those if people need to rent them too.
Okay.
And then we got bids, all our bids back for the HVAC system, which has been an overhanging thing. You know, the city gave us $125,000 to put the HVAC system in there. We ran into some snags with that, but now we finally got 3 bids back. The low bid was about $57,000 more than we have. So we've wrote a letter to the city asking for those funds out of their budget this year to hopefully get enough to do that whole project in the city, which would be great, but we're waiting to see. We sent those letters out this morning or yesterday. We also have moved forward with adding on a event planner or planners. We have a new young lady. Her name is Halima, and she took on that project, and she has now brought in event planners from Frederick, Maryland, and several other places to hopefully these people will put the Roundhouse on their scope of things to bring more events into the Roundhouse. And also, we are going to decide on one event planner to put together a large fundraiser for it's the first or second Saturday in October. We're going to do a bike run out to Black Dog Coffee and back, and then have a big live music type deal there, like kind of a Halloween gala type deal early in October. So a lot going on.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
Good venue. Anything else?
That's
That all good? Mr. Barnhart.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. We had a Region 9 Planning Council meeting scheduled for Monday. We couldn't get a quorum, mainly because none of the commissioners could show up because they had budget hearings. So we rescheduled it for the 22nd. And so therefore I had no meetings.
Okay. Mr. Coconut.
Yes, sir. I had a planning commission on Monday evening. We still have folks coming in speaking in opposition of the development called Clover Hill, which is not even really came across our desk yet, but there's still a lot of concerns out there in that area. And also CMC had their sketch plat come through Monday night. So it looks like everything is in order for them, through this particular step. Also, of course, the entire council was at the budget workshop this past week. And I'd really like to be able to thank Gary and Alan for the presentation of this budget. It's very well done. It made our job a whole lot easier. Also, the Development Authority met. We've still got some corporations looking here, but I guess the main thing with them is they had John Stump there as well to speak about the different TIF districts and those opportunities. So I want to encourage Jennifer to get with the Water and Sewer District as well to be able to sit down and look at those priorities and where those dollars may go. So other than that, that's about it.
Okay. Mr. Gatlett.
Had a sewer board meeting this week. Business as usual, no highlights to announce. And they always follow it with the stormwater board as well because it's the same board members. But I did miss that meeting because I attended a little town hall meeting at the Tomahawk Rotary Club Tuesday evening. We probably had a dozen or so people from the public there, and I was accompanied by Justin Henry, who's on the park board, and Bob Williams, the executive director of the park board. And there's a lot of improvements going into that park through volunteers and donations from the community. And so we discussed ways we could. It's about 17 acres and it's never been fully developed. So we're looking in ways to improve the park and get full use out of the acreage. Talking about some trails, talking about a playground and different things. Also trying to get water and electric onto the property, which it's never had. So we'll officially talk about that later as far as a commitment from the council. I think we've talked about it unofficially at this point, but hopefully we can commit some funds. Parks and Rec will commit some funds to that park and we can improve it. It's more multi-purpose other than just baseball fields. It'll be there for the whole community to start using, seniors, young people, whatever. So it was a good meeting, and I hope at some point we can maybe do that all around the county again. I just think it's good to give people the opportunity to come and vent or discuss. Of course, anytime I've ever attended those, the ultimate question comes, are you going to put a swimming pool on the property? So it's like, and I said, of course you want it enclosed too, right? So, so we got beyond that and we talked about some realistic goals there, but it was a good meeting. Other than that, I'm good.
I had no meetings to report on, so we're good to go there. How about any reappointments or
Yeah, I think we,
interviews?
yeah, we have Greg Janes to reappoint to the Building Permits Advisory Committee and reappointment of Ian Gingold for the Eastern Panhandle Home Consortium Board.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Like sign opposed. Motion carries. Mr. Gokenhour, would you do the honors of our honorary council person this morning? This is your time.
Well, stand with me, please. Do swear and affirm that I will uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of West Virginia, that I will work hard to fulfill the responsibilities of the office of the honorary council member to which I have been appointed. So help me God. Congratulations. Juliet, tell us a little bit about yourself, where you go to school, what you want to do in the future.
I go to St. Joseph's School, and in high school I'm going to Martinsburg High School, and I hope to, when I have a job, to be in this neurologist because it's less surgery but something.
Very good. tell me that they pay you to wake you up, not to put you to sleep. My wife, I had to have a surgery done, and the doctor said, or the anesthesiologist said that to my wife. She says, "Well, how much is that going to cost me?" Which I didn't think was funny, but she sort of had something on me. So that's one thing to remember about anesthesiologists. They don't put you to, or you don't put them to sleep, you wake them up. So that's the most important part.
Now listen, throughout our discussions, if there's something you have a comment about or you have a question about, please interject. Please get the president's attention.
Please.
Share your thoughts, okay? Thank you.
Thanks. We'll get a picture here out front when we take a little break too, so. All right, thank you, Eddie. Councilperson, issues, Vice President Gokenhour.
Yes, sir. Last week, Steve and I were invited to a meeting with the Fire Rescue Association. There were multiple agencies there, the Volunteer Fire Association, EPIC, which is the old RESA educational folks, James Rumsey had folks there, the city of Martinsburg, police and fire, along with the mayor were there to discuss a regional training facility. And this would be for police, fire, and EMS. It would cover all of the Eastern Panhandle as well as this whole district, which includes Pendleton, Grant, Mineral, Hardy County. There is no fire or law enforcement training facility in this area whatsoever. In West Virginia, our closest one is Morgantown. There's an estimate cost of about $3.8 million for this. James Rumsey still has to totally approve, or the school board does. The previous administration had approved land at James Rumsey for this structure to be built, and truthfully, it's an ideal location because they do have the driving course there as well. That they have to do EVOC training, which is emergency vehicle training, as well as all of their fire training. So they have a 2-year program at Rumsey, which their students, it would all be scheduled. There'll be a master schedule created, but everybody knows that Monday through Friday, basically 4 hours a day could in fact be reserved for the school system at Rumsey. They may not need it that day. Maybe they'll be in a classroom those days. But what we're asking for basically is a consensus of the council to ask our grant folks to see if there are any grant opportunities to be able to build this structure. It will be maintained by Rumsey, which is kind of a big deal. So I see it as a real good opportunity for this area to be able to increase the efficiencies, reduce liabilities, and get young people trained into this field. So I've spoke to the sheriff about it, and he is excited about it as well. Unfortunately, there is not an area there for shooting range, but overall, being able to use it for their SWAT or their dog training, there are a lot of opportunities. So I say, unless you have anything else, I would just really like to have the consensus of the council to approach our grant people to say, hey, if you could look for any type of funds that are available for this type structure.
Have you visited the Washington County Training Center? They're across from the jail.
There is a burn building in Hagerstown that I know Martinsburg Fire uses. They started using recently, but I think it's minimal at best. And plus the fact that it does not help Rumsey with their 2-year program to be able to get.
They have a training facility right across from the jail. They just built it.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. Well, like I say, that doesn't help us at all with.
No,
housing.
but it gives you some ideas about what.
Oh, yeah, well, they're still working and developing. They do have a building in mind, which is a 4-story tower, that also will have a burn room and multiple flex spaces inside that they can change up, and do a lot of different maneuvers off of, so.
It's a steel structure, so it won't burn down completely. But it's a prefab thing. They ship it in here, and you can pick different styles what you want. I was surprised that they had 19 students in the class out there for firefighters at Rumsey. So
Yeah, and actually,
seems like a really good fit.
we've hired a couple of them. Berkeley Fire has had,
Oh,
yeah, and the city of Martinsburg has hired a couple out of that program as well. So it definitely has its benefits, and we're seeing every day, not only in law enforcement, but EMS and fire, there are not as many people applying for those jobs as there used to be. So I think that anything we can do to try and help encourage the opportunities for training and improving their skill sets, I'd like for us to be able to do that.
Do we need a motion, you think?
I think we need a consensus, don't we? I would say,
Well, I'm in favor of it.
yeah.
So just moving forward, that gives me a chance to go down and
Talk to Tracy now.
speak with Tracy and make some connections there.
We've already reached out to our state senators from the 3 counties. Got some feedback already. Obviously, it's something they couldn't undertake this session, but in the future about looking for funds. And they might be able to do something outside of the session in terms of looking for funds for this at the state level.
What's Morgantown got? Or Montague County or whatever it is?
Yeah, I've never
It's
seen it.
old. It's just a tower, basically. It's kind of across from the basketball, catty-corner from the basketball stadium, soccer field. It's just on that side where there's not a lot there. But it's just a tower with a little piece of a building. I've not been in it, but I've seen it.
They also have a mock-up of an aircraft that they bring here to Martinsburg to teach firefighters at the Guard and local rescue out of it too.
Yeah. There are a lot of opportunities, there are like for transit in particular, there could be a bus that basically planted out there that law enforcement could use, when they need to eradicate somebody off of a bus or put their dogs to work. There are so many opportunities. They could use cars. There's areas that they could bring a car in to burn it. Maybe even do some electric car stuff, different props and stuff that they
Lithium
can buy.
batteries and all that
Yes.
kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Would this be in the back there where they do like the tractor trailer trading sort of?
No, it's kind of
On the south
off
side.
to the
South
off
side.
to the right side between them and Petrucci's Ice.
Oh, okay.
Is that area which all their infrastructure is already there, which is really a good thing. So I just think it seems to me like everything's kind of aligned, and for once all of the agencies are on board, that would be effective, from the school system, to all the fire and law enforcement, the city, hopefully the county. Everybody's on board that wants to be able to see this get accomplished.
Well, anything we can do to improve the traffic flow on Route 9.
Yeah, well, that's another subject.
Well,
I think
I
we're
was
all,
surprised, Eddie, too, in there, really just how many different, you got firefighters at the Air Guard, you got them at VA system. I mean, how many organizations would actually be able to take advantage of this? The general public doesn't understand how many.
Yeah, there's a
How
lot.
many
Is there a
organizations
possibility to
would
talk
use
to the VA for help funding for this?
Any
Is
place
there
we
any
could-
place
any
we
place
could
we
get
could get the funding,
grant
yeah.
money?
So
I think we're all in consensus, Ed.
Yeah.
I think that'd be good. Mr. Wine, do we have a bid opening here this morning?
The agenda's on, sir. You got a little bit.
Little bit of time, okay. Do we need, okay. Well, we got a consensus going on there, so.
Do we need to make a motion for that, or we just?
No, just a consensus. Any other council person issues while we have some time? Nothing?
I have one thing I forgot to report. That's that we're signing an MOU with Main Street and the
Uh-huh.
Roundhouse to start working together on projects. If they have a rain out for one of their events, they use the Roundhouse type of deal. Trying to bring more organizations together downtown.
Very good. Okay.
Been working on some pricing for some LED lighting for the girls softball complex over next to Baltimore Park too. And Gary was, appreciate him, the folks that are here going to work for us have gone out and studied it, and they're going to come back with a plan. I've already gotten another plan from another organization, so we're hopefully can get an affordable way to improve their lighting system there, because it's way outdated and it's a real mess. So
I got a call, yes, from a friend of mine about the CARES Act money. 1010, he said.
It's a 10-10. I don't have 10-10.
Oh, you said the agenda's
The
wrong.
agenda's incorrect. I've looked at the ad, it's 10-10.
It's 1010, okay.
Yeah, that's why we're just.
About the funding that we did give for the Martinsburg baseball field, was that through the CARES Act?
it was.
It was? Somebody asked me about funding for some lights at the South Berkeley fields too. Is that, has anybody else heard about that? Would the
No.
CARES Act qualify for any of that, or was there, I know we projected, I forget how many million. Was it 3 million on that? We had for CARES. Y'all remember? I'll have to ask Tracy on
Quality
that.
of life fund.
Yeah, well, no, through quality of life. This was through CARES Act funding, I think. So I'll check, because you had to apply for it, and I know that there was a few dollars left over.
It was.
And I'll have to see if there's anything else available for them to,
Tracy will be in here when we talk.
okay, I'll talk to her about it.
It was ARPA money for the Martinsburg baseball field.
ARPA money, okay.
Yeah.
We dedicated, was it 3 million, did she say, Tracy? Well, we'll talk to her when she comes in. All right,
Was not paid.
ARPA, okay. All righty. Anything else?
No.
Want to give us a little bit of update on what we're opening a bid for?
Yeah, I can. So you're opening a
Talk
bid
slow.
for SWAT vests.
SWAT.
Not for you, but for law enforcement.
Well,
It has been published in the newspaper. It's slated to open at 10:10 today. You have received one bid, and it was on the website and distributed, so at 10:10,
we will make it available.
but if you, just to kill a couple minutes if you want, an update, we had a building committee meeting yesterday morning on this building. Everything's moving along. There's still some pretty large sticking points on electrical equipment. Generator is over a year for deliverable. It's a long out. As windows are going to be a sticky issue to keep things on track. So all in all, the 3 phases, they'll start the 3rd physical phase on the 3rd floor of this building Monday against electrical demolition or physical demolition. Not a lot up there on the demolition side. They're going to take one of the windows out on the east side of the 3rd floor until the chute. Actually, they're bringing in a pettibone with a dump bucket on it. So we had to displace a couple employees. I won't mention any names that might be sitting together and just got to walk the admin work on it. But we're painting Tracy got displaced so the pettibone doesn't crush their vehicles. Other than that,
Has extension service going yet?
the extension service is out of here and they're in their new building. I got a call or a text from Mikey Withrow last night about 6 o'clock. They would like to go home, but the door's not locked. Said this electronic stuff's not working. So I called the on-call guy and he texted me and said, computer people were good. The crash bar was physically locked open, so they had to unlock the crash bar. So they're in. I can tell you, I walked through there yesterday and they're busy getting in their new area. There were stuff everywhere. So yeah, they're in, and that is completely empty upstairs. And there'll be a construction done come Monday night.
Very good. Got a few minutes update.
Extension.
Thank you, John.
That's what I was just saying. Yes, sir, they're out there. They're out there. They're bars with that. Got about a minute, Mr. Grover.
All righty. Cut slow, Eddie. Cut it slow. Cut it open slow. Need a knife. Sounds like you don't need one.
We only have one, so that's good news. But that's good news. Hopefully it's good news, right? Yeah.
How many SWAT vests do they need?
14.
And the publication you said was in the journal,
Was in fact
all
in the journal.
supported?
As well on the website. You're ready to go.
Price and proposals.
This is the second go round for this, isn't it?
Yes.
First time we didn't get them.
There's a whole bunch of numbers here, so there's one total. Nope. The attachment, let's see, came from, Penny, you want the name?
Yes, please.
It says Robbie Carpenter, Tactical Distributions, or Distributors, I'm sorry. Phoenix Drive, Virginia Beach, Virginia. 641 Phoenix Drive. And should I go down here and read everything, have type of equipment? Or just leave that up to the,
There's no sum, there should have been a sum total number, there aren't.
don't see a sum. Oh, I got stuff here. Request proposal addendums and attached. No total sum. It's all broken down.
In the far left column, is it a casual description where you just read the description and then the numbers in, just to get them in the record?
Yeah, there's Spiritus Systems overt plate bag. 14 asked for, $92.25 price. Overt plate bag again, $92.25 for Spiritus Systems cummerbund, size 1 and size 2. Size 1 is $71.95, size 2 is $81.50. Systems cover or shoulder cover, 14 of those at $16.75. Assault back panel core, 14 of those at $159.50. I'm sure these are each prices of each, so we have to multiply that by 14. Back panel flash bang flat, 14 of those at $72. Spiritus Systems micro fight chassis MKV, 14 of those at $63.75. Systems rifle magazine insert, 14 of those at $16.75. SACK, S-A-C-K pouch MK3, 14 at $54.50. Spiritus Systems recovery handle MK2, 14 at $37.75. Spiritus System BFC, 14 at $19.50. S-TAC single pistol KYW 1 or I guess it's 1. 14 of those at $15.75. High speed gear pistol Takeo, 14 of those at $28.25. And high speed gear handcuff Takeo, which is at 14 at $36. All right.
To the sheriff. let them review it.
Sounds good. All righty.
Pick what they need and add it up.
Yep.
The directions.
Oh, my fingernails, Eddie.
Did they ask for specifics? Would those items be what they asked for?
I'm sure it's in whatever the tactical report was. So.
Make sure it moves back.
Alrighty, that concludes the bid opening. Board and commission interview with Daniel Kelly, the second candidate. Is Daniel here? Come on up and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself and why you like to help out the Parks and Rec.
First and foremost, thank you so much, guys, for taking the time out of your busy schedule and meeting me today. It's an honor just to be in your presence today. Once again, my name is Daniel Kelly II. I hail from Hampton, Virginia, moved to Winchester, Virginia in 2013, and now moved to Bunker Hill, West Virginia, December of last year. And I'm just happy. The reason why I want to petition to be a part of the Berkeley County Council or Parks and Recs or CPD is because I want to give back to the community. As a little background myself, I'm still in the United States Army National Guard Band, still for the 29th Infantry Division since 2016, and it feels like I'm not going to leave until 2035 or 2045 because I want to give back to my community. In Winchester, Virginia, I hold a chair for the EDA Economic Development Authority Arts and Entertainment, or where we are in charge of hosting a plethora of events, arts, as well as community involvement. Before that board, I was a part of the OTAC, which stands for Old Town Advancement Commission, which also helps with the community on the Walking Mall with Main Street. Since I moved to Bunker Hill, there's tons of community outreach in that area. It's different between Martinsburg and Bunker Hill and Winchester and Hampton. But I still want to give back to community. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm petitioning for that position or any position that will help me get to that opportunity that you, fine gentlemen and madams, are doing right now. So that's enough about me. Thank you so much.
Okay. We're going to have start with Councilperson HD. He'd probably ask you a few questions about it.
I mean, everything sounds great. Seems like you've been active in a lot of places you've been. Have you been interacting with people in the community where you live now about the Parks and Recs? Is it
I am
concerns or anything, or
I'm
you just
slowly
something you want to get
getting
into?
involved into it. As I just mentioned, my family just moved to Bunker Hill area in December, actually.
Okay, so you
December 2nd.
okay.
And immediately I noticed that they could be tons of improvements, like the Morgan Park right down the street from me. It's literally just parking spot. Where I'm from, Winchester or even Hampton, Winchester has something called the Green Circle or the Green Mile, which accumulate throughout the whole city, and that's giving back to the community. So that can be an art project, or that can be a huge project for me or the community to just give back to it. Because in that Bunker Hill area, you're looking at close to 6,000 to even 5,700 people. But where are they going to exercise themselves? Where are they going to take their families to? Nowhere. They have to travel out to Martinsburg or Winchester. And no one wants to do that often. But that can be an opportunity. And if I had the opportunity, I would do that.
And I know you're new, and I really like your enthusiasm. We do have a big park that's about to be built there in Inwood. They just took down the house a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're across from the high school.
Yes.
Brand new park's going in there.
22 acres.
Yeah. So,
Well,
well, no, it's okay. You don't know. You just moved here. So, yeah, no, but we are looking for people to join these boards and be active and be part of the community. So, you know, I applaud your asking and thank you.
Mr. Barnhart.
I assume you have not attended a Parks and Rec or Convention Visitors Bureau meeting or anything like that?
Not for the county of Berkeley.
Yeah, okay. You know, again, I admire your enthusiasm, and I really don't have anything to ask you. I mean, you're a newbie, so to speak, to the community. Are you familiar with the rest of the county at all?
Slowly. I know that you have your airlift, or Air National Guard in Inwood. You have that roundhouse also.
Yep.
And you also have new development coming up into that Martinsburg, coming off of that 81. Smack that into that Walmart section where a lot of families used to be.
Spring Mills. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, there's Hedgesville, which you may not be familiar with at all. Totally different area.
Correct.
Yeah, I would encourage you to travel about the county and become more familiar with the county itself. And, you know, information is everything,
Yes,
as
sir.
you well know.
Yes, sir. Now it's just power. Now I
Yeah.
plan to travel around the whole county.
Yeah.
Just to get my bearings.
Yeah.
That's how I did Winchester. That's how I did Hampton.
Yeah.
As well.
Mr. Coconut.
I can tell you, when I looked at your application, I was pleased that I saw you've been here for 2 months and you were already wanting to get involved. I think that's critically important, and I think it shows a lot about you.
Yes, sir.
And the only thing I wasn't real sure about is the Economic Development Authority. when I think of economic development, we're thinking corporations, manufacturing. So is that something different than the arts and entertainment?
Yes and no. So for the City of Winchester Economic Development Authority, they are in charge or tasked to help businesses, help lingering or non-profitable industrial environment in the City of Winchester, and they turn it over to people who actually can do it, or investors. For EDA Arts and Entertainment Board, what they branched off to doing is they split off the OTAC board at that time, and they only selected a few of us from that board, the OTAC board, to sit in chairs for the EDA or new established boards. And for the EDA Arts and Entertainment Board, the EDA funds the Arts and Entertainment Board to spectate what the other individual of the city is doing, what they want to do to revitalize the familiarity, as well as build more of a cultural community. Just like how if you go to DC, why do people go to DC? It's for they bring their families, they bring their musicians there, they have arts there, they have entertainment there. That's why the EDA built that arts and entertainment group, to have that sense of, oh, there's a purpose for Winchester. And it's another thing while here. I know you guys probably have something similar to that here.
So is that board, would you consider it to be in Winchester, in Frederick County, would you consider them to be successful
Yes.
in what they're doing there?
Yes, sir. I know last year, in August, they hosted their first Fiddles and Fifths. That was a 2-day event, coming over to close to 5,000 to 5,800 people just in that area alone. And it's just a full bluegrass event with distilleries, breweries, the whole 9 yards. And that was a huge impact on the city, where the whole city officials as well as authority came in together, as well as volunteers from the community. This year we're doing that same thing in August, but moving it to 1-day event. Still that jam-packed event, but we're showing the event to the community that, hey, it was a huge success. We're just dialing it back again, but also involving more of the city's business. Because last year we neglected the businesses on Main Street, not on purpose, but we were just so involved on hiring railroad orders for the big name artists. So in my opinion, I believe that's still a success.
Good, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Catlett?
Eddie took my question. I was going to ask you to expand on the Arts and Entertainment Authority. I think now from the county perspective, we have 3 appointees to the Parks and Rec, and there's no positions open at this point. But I think there is some openings on the CVB, which what you just explained to me is a good fit for that organization. That's what that's all about, is bringing people into our community and get them to visit here. So we do appreciate the fact that you're interested, and I think personally you'd be a good fit for the CVB if you'd be willing to serve on that in that capacity.
Honestly, Mr. Catlett, I just want to serve, really. Just how I'm like getting ready to become a sergeant in the United States Army. I still want to serve my people, regardless if it's the color of our skin or our background. And it feels like if we move into a community, why are we in that community? Just think about it. Why are we in that community? Why do you move to DC? Why do you move to Las Vegas? Why do you move to Los Angeles? If you want people to move to Berkeley County, we need something there. We need something to saturate their minds. No matter if it's single parents, no matter if it's young people like me, and I'm only 29, thinking like this. If we have a growth, we have to grow that community. We have to have something that's in state. We have to have something instilled into that community. No matter if it's park, no matter if it's entertainment. No more of like smoke shops or the strip clubs. Something that will revitalize that community. And I think that this council is actually doing it. And it just feels like I just want to be a part of it. Really.
Great.
First-
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
First, I want to thank you for your service, and you've already given back so much of your time to the country. So thank you for that.
One more question. BM and jazz studies?
What do you say, sir?
BM and jazz studies?
Yes.
That sounds interesting.
It is. So I went to, after graduating from came to high school in 2012, I went to Berkeley College of Music in Boston, dropped out in half the semester because 1, it's too expensive, and 2, my family went through the hurricane and decided to come back. And unfortunately, I was wasting my talent. Then my old band director from high school said, hey, you should go to my alma mater, Chandler Conservatory, which I didn't know where that place was. It's in Winchester, which is a diamond in the rough, really. You have tons of artists there. I played with Winter Marsalis there. I played with Blue Man Group there. I've hosted tons of events. And Bachelor's of Music and Jazz Studies is really my start. But if you look at me now, I'm not just doing that. I own tons of businesses like the Flat Nine Jazz Club. I'm the only drummer in Winchester, Virginia that's hosting a jazz club, and it's still running. I'm about to open up a brand new business called the Drum Orpheum Rehearsal Hall, which is Winchester City's first ever rehearsal hall in the area. Next rehearsal hall is close to 85 to 100 miles in Richmond or DC. Nobody just wants to travel that way. And I also want to give back to the community where I got so mad at the police pulling kids away from their skateboards and bikes, saying, "Oh, you can't ride here, you can't play here." I'm thinking about building another business or even a community involvement project where people don't have to be scared that driving their bikes or riding their go-karts or even their skateboards. So I'm going to build a skate and a terrain park. So if I can revitalize that here, it's just another part of what I'm trying to do.
So you're a percussionist?
Yes, sir. Only the best instrument.
That was brass. I'm sorry.
I did brass in 6th grade. I'm sorry.
Hey, I was saxophone.
Saxophone? All right. Well, again, thank you so much. And again, thank you for your service to our country and your willingness to want to come here so soon and getting involved, like Councilman Gokenauer said. It just, sounds like you're well in tuned with what we're trying to do too. And our quality of life program is in its infancy stages. So, we're trying to along with our building of our industrial, we're trying to make it better for the community too. And I believe you'd be a good fit for that also. So thank you for coming in and taking the time out to meet with us. And you said it was an honor to be in front of us. I kind of hold that one back a little bit. I don't know about all that, but thank you for your kind words.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
I'll be in touch with you.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Our councilperson wants to ask something.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry.
What do you do in the Parks and Recreation Board?
What do you do on it? As a member, this is our former Parks and Rec director right here.
Video spot,
You got all the years over there.
The park system in Berkeley County is a joint system, Martinsburg and Berkeley County. And each organization, each government appoints 3 board members to serve on that board, along with the school board appoints 3. So there's a 9-member board of volunteers that governs the park board, which is a separate entity, their staff, and their job is to be the liaison between the park system and the county government to solicit funding and for improvements and for operating budget and things like that. So
Does that help you out?
Yeah, War Memorial Park.
War Memorial, the Randy Smith Center down in Inwood, where you moved close to there, is part of the park system. And as HD mentioned, there's a 20-some acre park going to be developed there hopefully in the next few years. So there's parks throughout Berkeley County. Not enough, but we're getting there and we're making improvements all the time. So
Working with trail systems as well.
trail systems is important.
I came to the right place then.
Today you did, I hope.
You did.
So.
Yeah.
You did.
Yep. I'll be in touch with you. I have some other boards and some things that I think you could be a good fit for.
Any more questions?
I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All righty. We're going to take a break here and we're going to get a picture with our honorary council person and come back at Penny. We're back in session. And on a Board of Commission review, our interview is Mr. Richard Campbell, candidate for the Berkeley County Museum Board. Podium's all yours. Just tell us a little bit of who you are, and that's okay.
My name is Richard C. Campbell, and I've been in Berkeley County resident all my life. True West Virginia. I was told about this grant board that you all needed members on it and things like that. I am also with the El Norman Dillon Farm Museum, and they said they need people to help with the different museums. They say there's 6 of them, and I'm just here to apply for it. And one thing is the museum is dire need. I don't know who all's ever been out there, but our big reading building is packed. And to have somebody come in to do a tour, we have to move 5 tractors out of the way and other equipment. So we're trying to get grant to go for that building too. Plus, we just inherited a whole slew of David Bradley walk behinds and all kind of equipment for that.
Okay.
But I just hope I can help out. And I never even knew about the grant.
Well, this isn't a grant board. This is the museum board when we go to the new
Right.
Berkeley County or the Eastern Panhandle Museum Board. That's what it's for. So.
But I'm here to see if I can help you all out and everything.
Okay. Well, we'll probably ask a couple questions if anybody has any. Mr. Boyd, do you have anything you'd like to ask Mr. Campbell?
So you're currently on the museum board for the museum there across from Hedgesville Hospital?
Right.
I'm president.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. I mean, other than that, I really don't have a lot of questions. Like he said, we're working to open a new museum that would tie in with all the museums here in Berkeley County, and I'm sure that would be part of it. We're in the early stages still, so we're taking applications and doing interviews basically. I don't really have any other questions.
Mr. Barnhart?
I used to work for Norman Dillon. Back in the day before long before Rumsey was built. Used to make hay for it.
Yeah.
And 50 cents an hour.
Man,
That's pretty good money back in them days.
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Well, you're talking the 66, 65, somewhere in there. Yeah, we used to make hay all those fields there, Rumsey and behind where Dilk stood, and
Right.
all that. He used to own all that ground.
Yep.
And we used to make, of course, the small bales and throw them up on the truck.
I still do.
Yeah.
Look for a job.
I'm going past that.
tell you
now.
what,
For the 50 cents an
Not
hour,
no
right?
50 cents an hour. He's about a quarter an hour now.
So you're looking to expand the building?
Yes, sir. We're planning.
How much ground do you have there?
I think they said there's like 8 acres
Oh, really?
there. But, what we want to do is go behind our
Yeah.
one tractor shed and put up a brand new one, because we have, right now there's sitting 10 tractors out there. And like I said, we just inherited, we have a bunch of David Bradley equipment. We have orchard equipment, harvesters, or reapers, small combine, reaper, and the building is full. I've got pictures if y'all want to see them. But it's just something we really need.
Have you talked to our grants people?
I haven't got to talk to anybody. I was talking to across the road there. Up,
Matt Umstead?
Matt, yeah.
and he told me about it, and we never even knew anything about this. And we just spent over $3,600 last year getting the building painted, $3,600 on a brand new saw blade for our big new sawmill down there and things. It's kind of pushing us,
Yeah.
And we have 2 shows a year. We have one in June, first weekend in June, and then second weekend in October. And I know Steve knows where it's at, passes every day.
Yeah, a few times.
You know, if we knew about it, you know, we would apply it. So, you know,
Yeah, one of the goals is to coordinate all the museums in Berkeley County with our museum to kind of make a collective museum board, or so to speak. So, thanks for the interest and, you know, and your needs, because, you know, it is an interesting museum idea for agriculture.
right,
So,
that's what we're, you know, still trying to keep the agriculture alive.
yeah.
Mr. Kokenair.
Yes, sir. Mr. Campbell, number one, thanks for applying. And thank you and your board for what you have been able to get accomplished. I know it's, I've been there, I've never been there during the June, but I've been there during the fall events. And it's very interesting to be able to look at some of the machinery that was used in the past compared to today's equipment. It's truly amazing how they got stuff done. And I would assume that your David Bradley stuff probably came from Mr. Smith.
Well, we had Jim Smith, he donated a couple of years ago, but this gentleman's out of PA.
Okay.
And 80 miles from my house. And we ended up with, my stock trail is 24 foot by 7.5 foot wide and long. It's packed full, just a single level. And then we took flatbed up twice, plus we had pickup truck beds full coming home, plus we put some stuff on the seats.
Well,
So there was and I've got it stored at my place because we have no room down at the museum.
right.
And there's a lot of nice stuff. This gentleman, he'd go a couple of states away, pick up a David Bradley, give $150 for it. It cost him that much in gasoline. Come back and totally restored. And a lot of them are totally restored. Some are he was working on, some he hadn't got to, but a slew of all types of parts and things my son and I have never even seen.
That's nice. And I think the thing that I really liked when I was out there, other than the equipment, was an opportunity for the FFA to be involved with the museum and that community day that you all had there. I thought that was pretty nice.
Yeah, we're trying to get them back in, but, you know, COVID hit and messed everything up.
Right.
But if you ever want to see me in the fall show, I'm back on apple cider.
All right. Thank you.
I don't even get to see anything here at the show.
Mr. Kiley.
Don't have any questions for Rich because I know him all too well. We go back a long way. He's the Roy Rogers of Berkeley County. Let me put it that way.
Okay.
How many parades have you ridden in with your horses over the years? Can't count them all, can you?
I'll put it this way, I've only missed 2 of the alcohols. And then I did for the 4-H, plus I used to belong to the Houston Band Saddle Clubs. I've got my first horse when I was 19, I'm 72. And I've been in just about every parade there. And the 2 I missed, one was COVID, and one I'd had to miss the surgeries, and they wouldn't allow me to do it. Plus I go over to Clear Springs to do the wagon training. But this year was sorry to say, it was our last year until I find another one. My big draft mare, she did the parade beautiful. We got home, she was fine, first for feed, Sunday morning first for feed. We left, she'd give us this, where y'all going? We came home, she was dead. And we had her 17 years. And no reason, just figured she just had a heart break and heart attack and stuff. My wife went hysterical if it had been her horse, I'd bury her with her horse. But yeah, I've always sponsored the horses, and Steve knows.
At the park all those years on the 4th of July.
17 years of that.
Yeah.
And we used to take the horses out there at Dillon Farm Museum. That's how I got wrangled in on this. And I had a team, and I plowed, or I didn't plow, I disc and paired and hay raked and stuff like that. It's a lot of fun.
Lot of
Now I
work.
have a slow horse to get behind a puller. I've got a riding horse, she's my baby.
Yeah.
She's she's a sweetheart. She's my baby sis.
I just appreciate all the things you've done over the years, Richard, for the community. I really do.
Always enjoyed. Well, Steve said something about being out there at the park with in the mall one time, and this little boy, he kept tugging at his mama's shirt, kept tugging and tugging and looking. Said, "That's the cowboy. That's Mr. Cowboy. That's Mr. Cowboy."
Roy
And-
Rogers, I told you. Roy
And she goes, "Who? Out the park. We rode his horses." And I didn't even know him. We take horses where little bitty kids ride all the way up. I think our oldest one was like 75 years old.
He remembered. That's okay.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun with him. Yeah, hopefully we can get on this board and see what else. Yeah, we can keep going.
Well, Mr. Campbell, thank you for coming in. We don't make a decision today. Well, like I said, we're still interviewing members, and I think with all the pool to pick from, we're going to have quite the knowledgeable board and a lot of wealth of information for this county. So thank you so much for coming in. We greatly appreciate it.
I thank y'all. You don't mind if I stay here, do you?
Nope, not at all.
Never been here, so.
All righty. Next up is Stacy McFarland for the proclamation for Red Cross. Podium is all yours, and I think we have do you have a copy of the proclamation, or I think it's in here? Yeah.
Participating with you all at this, do you read it and do a photo?
Yes.
That would be my preference if possible.
Yeah, well, I'll let you, I'm going to sign it. Well, I'll go ahead and let you read it. It's just, oh, is there one up there?
There is one there.
Okay. This is the official one, so
Okay, do you want me to read it?
yes, please,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
And I have joining me here today quite a few of the volunteers from the Red Cross who are Berkeley County residents, all the way up to Ross right here. Mitch Siegel is one of our lead disaster responders for our chapter, and this is Jesse Hott. He's our disaster program manager. And Mitch and Jesse work closely with your LEPC, and they're the points of contact when it comes to that. And I'm just going to step back here and let the volunteers introduce themselves.
Russ Volker.
Good to see you, Russ.
Lynn McBain.
Ken Henry. Terry Malin.
We have a wide variety of different services provided to the county with these volunteers here today. So American Red Cross Month 2023, a proclamation. During the American Red Cross Month in March, we celebrate the humanitarian spirit of Berkeley County, West Virginia, and reaffirm our commitment to help ensure that no one faces a crisis alone. Caring for one another is at the heart of our community and exemplified by the people of Berkeley County, whose simple acts of kindness through the Red Cross provide help and hope in people's most difficult moments, continuing the life-saving legacy of Clara Barton, who founded the organization more than 140 years ago to prevent and alleviate human suffering. Every day, these ordinary individuals lend a helping hand to make an extraordinary difference for neighbors in need, whether it's providing emergency shelter, food, and comfort for families displaced by home fires and other disasters, donating life-saving blood for cancer patients, accident victims, and people with sickle cell disease and other life-threatening conditions, supporting our military members and veterans along with their families and caregivers through the unique challenges of service, using vital skills like first aid and CPR to help others survive medical emergencies, or delivering international humanitarian aid and reconnecting loved ones separated by crises around the world. Their support, volunteerism, and generous donations are critical to our community's resilience. This part is usually for a gentleman. We hereby recognize this month of March in honor of those who fulfill Clara Barton's noble words. You must never think of anything except the need and how to fill it, and ask everyone to join in this commitment. Now, therefore, we, the Berkeley County Council, by virtue of the authority vested in us by the laws of the county and the state of West Virginia, do hereby proclaim March 2023 as Red Cross Month, and we encourage all citizens of Berkeley County to reach out and support this humanitarian mission.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
And it's our job to have a motion to adopt the proclamation for the Red Cross Month.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion?
It's a great organization, and we appreciate your proclamation.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, can I have a motion, or not a motion, can I have a vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Well, it was an adopted resolution, so we have the original up here. We're going to sign it, and we need one more signature on it, but we will most certainly get it to you.
All right.
It has to go to the county clerk, and he puts his
Official seal on it.
official seal on it, so.
May I pause for a moment and take a picture with our
Oh,
volunteers
yes,
while they are
indeed.
here?
We'll take a break here, Penny, and get a picture.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're back in session, and next up is Leslie Gant, candidate for the Convention and Visitors Bureau. Leslie, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you'd like to do for us at the Visitors Bureau.
Well, I've lived in Berkeley County my whole life. I'm the Economic Development Coordinator at the Berkeley County Development Authority, and I've been looking for boards to serve on to represent the Development Authority, and I felt the CVB would be a perfect fit, considering that we have similar goals in mind for the economic enhancement of Berkeley County and Martinsburg.
Okay. Mr. Boyd, do you have any questions for Ms. Gant? Make them real hard for us. Let's just see if we can't.
I don't know. I guess I'd keep it kind of simple. Like, what ideas and what things would you like to see the CVB do more of, or how do you think you could help develop that board better?
Well, to be honest, before I worked for the Development Authority, I didn't know anything about the CVB, so I feel that they could promote more, do more promoting in Berkeley County and Martinsburg.
That's kind of what they do.
Mr. Barnhart.
Well, you know, the CVB gets half of the hotel motel tax, which is about $400,000 a year.
This year it'll be more than that,
Yeah,
probably.
but,
That's just the county share. They
Yeah.
get the
Yeah.
city share as well.
yeah, which is a pretty good chunk of change. And of course, they use it to promote Berkeley County, and of course, that's by state law. You know, with that much money, they do a lot of stuff, but of course, they could do more, I think. I was a member of the CVB several years ago, and you're current?
I am.
Yeah. HG is the current liaison to the CVB. And I know you're familiar with Berkeley County. I see you're a realtor. So, and of course, he asked you about your thoughts with this. Have you ever been to a CVB meeting?
I have not.
Y'all making this too easy for her. Come on now.
Well, you know, I'm waiting for you to come up with something challenging.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you get all
trying
the.
to
All
think
this
of
hard
something
time, you better
challenging.
have a good question when it comes
Yeah,
to
I mean, I'm trying. I'm coming up short, but I'm trying.
I think it's harder for us than it is for you, Leslie. So, how about you, Eddie?
Well, I serve on the Development Authority with Leslie, and she's very, very capable. And I think part of her job now is promoting the advantages with the Development Authority and promoting a lot of businesses through there. So I think that her skill set would definitely lean towards being a very valued person on CVB. She's brought some new ideas to the Development Authority with since she's been there, and I think you'd be a real good fit there. So thank you.
Mr. Catlett?
I just know Leslie as an individual and just a wonderful person, and I think she'd do a good job wherever she were to be. So,
Okay.
but what I'd like to see if you get on the CVB, Leslie, is for us to not only try to attract new events, but support the existing. We have some wonderful existing events like the Apple Harvest and like the Youth Fair and places like that I think the CVB, in my mind, should be contributing more to help them and support them. Some events we already have, but I know you would. I know you'd be a good fit for it, and we just appreciate the fact that you're willing to serve. Thank you for that.
We weren't too sure about that shopper lady that you got there as a reference. But
Yeah, she saw me on the
You-
agenda.
you see you bought the-
She support me, so.
bought the
Big,
muscle.
big gun
Yeah,
with
bought
her.
the muscle in with you today. Huh?
Well, Leslie, about the only hard question I have is what's the square root of 746,333?
Forget that.
That's about the best I can do.
Thing.
Leslie, I don't have any questions, but thank you for wanting to come in and give back to the community. You do that so well with your current position and all that you do. So,
Do you have any vacancies in the CVB? Or?
I think we have one.
I think there was one here on the
We
read ahead
filled
earlier.
one, And we have one that needs filled, at least from the county. How many does the county have in total? You know?
That's a Tracy question.
That's a Tracy question. Now I can go back through here.
It's on the big part. Yeah, it's on the list.
Okay, hold on a minute. Let's see, CDB. Board size, it says 3. There's 2 members and we have 1. One vacancy. Mhm.
So, but he's still sitting there.
Still, okay.
It's not actually vacant. It's vacant until it's replaced.
Placed, okay.
Because they have to stay on up to 6 or 9 months after their term.
While a new appointee is,
Yes.
okay.
So it needs filled, but it's not actually vacant.
Vacant yet, okay.
I mean it is. I guess by terms it
Yeah.
is, but yeah, you understand.
So that's your hard question. Does it fill or now or later? So, I'm just kidding.
No, but we are looking. We have a few applicants, but you know, we'll let you know.
Okay.
Like he tells everybody, we didn't make the decision today, but we'll let you know soon.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Leslie, for coming in. And while we're there, next is Mr. Clarence Martin. How many times have you been able to do this for us over your tenure? Second time? Well, it's always good to see you and have you come in. And so my first question is, how you been?
Well, I'll have to apologize for this. This is precancerous.
Oh,
Whole head. Thanks to my wonderful Scotch-Irish ancestors, I didn't get the DNA that protects me from the sun. So every so often I have to go through this thing,
oh gosh.
get rid of all potential. So other than that,
Okay.
you know, I'm getting old, but that's just life.
Well, that's an
Lord.
every minute occurrence, I think. So
Amen. But I'm upright. And
yep,
I'm
that
here.
you know
That's
that's
the key.
kind of how I felt this morning, even though it seemed like an effort for me to get upright, but I was still up. But I don't know. Everybody here know Mr. Martin, or okay? So I don't think there's a whole lot that you need to tell us about yourself, but I don't know if we have any
One
questions.
thing about the Martin, the family is the history of
Berkeley
Berkeley
County, that is true. Yeah.
On that, you had the silver spoon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But anyway,
Very proud of that.
Yeah, we're gonna bronze you and just put you right in the museum.
It's a wonderful project. And obviously, I'm very interested in county history. Worked on the roundhouse, now with the Landmarks Commission. So one of the things you might be interested in knowing with regard to the Landmarks Commission, here, we're going to take on a project to identify all the Civil War battles in Berkeley County. There are a lot, not very many of them are known. The other thing we're working on, HD, I'll steal your thunder for a second. Last night, the Roundhouse Authority also decided to try and get named as adjunct national park. There are affiliates. There are a whole bunch of different categories of national parks. You don't have to be a national park. But one of them is, if you're on the National Register of Historic Places, you can then apply to the Department of Interior to be designated as an affiliate national park. And that would be a way to ramp up our visibility, hopefully attract more people to come to Berkeley County and go there. So we're all working hard to try and promote Berkeley County, bring more to it.
we have. I think you'll probably agree. We've done pretty good with our industry here lately,
We have.
and now it's time to preserve what we have had and what we will continue to have. So
That brings up another idea. I was on it. You're going to get rid of me in a minute.
that's okay.
Marion County, I saw on Facebook is having a development conference day where they are inviting anybody and everybody they think might be interested in doing development in their county. They have a conference. That might be something that you all might want to recommend. I don't know who's in the development authority.
Eddie.
That might be something you might want to discuss with them and maybe talk to Marion County and see what they're doing, because that would be a terrific way to highlight Berkeley County in the development aspect. So, but this museum could really be
We're looking forward to it, that's for sure. I mean, there's a lot of history here, and the work I was doing, down around the old courthouse or the federal building.
Right.
I'd always have one gentleman walk by every day, said, well, this county is famous for two things, and that's rocks and socks. And I'll tell you what, I wore out a machine that was hitting some of the hardest rock I ever hit in Berkeley County right down there.
Yeah,
So
like you just did at the courthouse.
yeah, well, that was
Well, I remember
the
when
job.
they built Edmondsville High School.
Mhm.
They had a $400,000, this is 1907, $400,000 cost of it because of all the rock. It was, whoever did the courtrooms, I guess, didn't find it all.
Yeah.
It was a challenge.
Oh, it was a challenge for us on that job, that's for sure.
One thing you might be interested in, the Art Museum, I did serve as chair of patrons of the Arts and Vatican Museums for 19 years, and I'm still a member. We took a lot of trips over to the Vatican to go through the museums. We had Fred who went to the restoration labs to see how the different things were preserved, how they're taken care of. Even you see a little room in Helmut that's about this big, it has a den in it, and we think, that's how that guy got killed. But it was fascinating, and I learned a lot. And hopefully I'll be able to use that knowledge if necessary to help the museum.
Very good. Again, any questions? Or?
No, he was just appointee of the roundhouse, because the way we have it broke down is each different organization is appointing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have any questions. And you didn't steal my thunder. I didn't bring that up today because I knew you were going to be here and you would probably bring it up about the national park thing. So yeah. I left it off my report today because I knew you would bring it up. So.
Can we apply for signage, you think, from like the National Park Service?
If the National Park Service comes in, they'll give us signage. They'll make that a guided place. Right now, we've been trying to get signage through highways, but they say if we're not open so many hours a week, you can't get signage. And we don't have any employees down there at the Roundhouse, so we're not open a set schedule of hours, so they won't give us signage to direct you.
Yeah.
That's the way I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like the chicken and the egg. You got to make it happen. So.
Along those lines, one other thing you might want to consider, that we discussed landmarks, and that is when we did the 911 renaming of all the roads in the county, a lot of the historic names for those roads, like Boyd Orchard Road, the road that's across from Showers Lane, disappeared. It's now the name of the orchard that was out there. But originally it was a Boyd Orchard. That disappeared, and I don't know if you all would give any thought to whether the emergency people that have any objection if we put signs below the street signs over there with the historic name.
Yeah, they really mucked up the old grade road system.
Yeah.
Now Kitchen Orchard Road, and that's fine, but it's originally Grade Road, and
yeah, mine was out the Pot Ridge.
yeah.
And now it's so long. When I get one of those things to fill out that has a blank for each letter.
You don't have enough blanks.
I run out of boxes.
So did they do away with the Boyd Orchard because there's Boyd Avenue? Is that what it is?
Yeah, they don't want to have any.
They didn't know doing it.
Charlie Levitt, actually, my two grandfathers owned that orchard. And they sold it to Charlie Levitt. He renamed it. And the name that's on the road now is the name that Charlie changed it from Boyd Orchard to his. That's just one example. Came to mind because I'm familiar with it.
I think that with this new commission being developed, they're going to need some expertise, probably in some legal stuff as well. And I know you have a lot of that knowledge and abilities to help them draft policy or their constitution bylaws, or however they're going to be managed, because we don't really know yet. But and of course, your love for history is pretty deep. So between that and your professional abilities, I think that you could certainly lend them a lot of assistance. So,
And I'd be glad to do that. I have to always be careful to caution. But when I, when I retired, I'm not licensed when I'm acting. So I'm not licensed in West Virginia anymore, so I can't practice. And I can certainly advise.
Sure.
Big caveat.
right.
Very good.
Right off.
Thank you.
Steve, any
Well,
questions?
it's obviously going to take some funding too, and when I see him, I think it's It's a shame Senator Byrd's not still here, because he was the Senator Byrd contact for this community, and Senator Byrd helped this community a lot because of his efforts. And but I'm sure you can apply some pressure to some others in DC and
Well, actually,
help
Joe,
us out. So
so, yeah, we actually can text each other. So we stay connected.
yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I
And I'm
think-
obviously glad to help. Pardon my voice.
That's okay. I don't have any questions. I just thank you so much for your willingness to, like I said, always give back to your community and the way that you have over the years. It's just,
Thank you.
you know,
Well, I was raised like you all wouldn't be sitting here if you all didn't.
well, that's true, but how we give back's a little bit different than what you've done for us. So.
Everybody has their niche.
Yeah, you're right. We all have a little niche, so. But thank you so much.
Well,
I
thank you
just
all.
for
Appreciate
coming in and love to hear the history that you recite to us. It's always good to hear something. So,
Thanks.
all right, thank you so much.
Good seeing you.
All righty. We have another board to interview. Mr. Robert Mahaffey.
I don't think he is.
I don't think he's here yet.
Okay.
We ahead of time?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Way ahead of time.
How about Gary? You want to anything you want to talk to us about the grant application?
Well, we need Tracy, if anyone's got Tracy.
Oh, okay. No, it's- we'll just take a few minute break. How about that, Penny?
We'll break.
Okay, we're back in session and board and commission interview with Mr. Robert Mahaffey. Is that? Hope I didn't butcher your name too bad. Right. I did. Okay. Come on up, introduce yourself, and tell us a little bit about what you'd like to do for us on the board. So.
Well, I'm honored to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And I don't know if this is not Penny, but whoever I spoke with.
That's Penny.
When I first learned about the Berkeley County Museum Commission, it really piqued my interest. And in fact, I talked to Councilman Boyd about it, had some conversations with former Chair Stubblefield, and thought I'll throw my hat in the ring. And so excited about this whole effort that the council is moving forward with, particularly in light of the 250th anniversary and what you all have planned for our county. So I'm glad to be here.
Well, thank you so much. We'll start off with Mr. Boyd. We'll ask questions or comments, and
we had a talk, and you told me about your background and all that, so I'm pretty familiar. You have an attached letter here that goes in pretty much depth. You seem more than qualified. I don't know if you want to just touch on some of that. I mean, you guys probably read it all already. I don't really have any direct questions.
Okay, Mr. Barnhart.
How familiar are you with Berkeley County history, geography, that sort of thing?
We bought our property here more than 20 years ago. We live on Whiting's Neck.
Wow.
And we were working in DC during the time and really built our weekend home here. And during that whole time period, we just became familiar with the county, made a lot of friends. We were sort of right on the Berkeley-Jefferson County line. So we spent a lot of time in Shepherdstown and areas around there as well. I taught state history at Morgan Academy, their high school there in partnership with Shepherd. And we dug pretty deeply into the state's history with a particular focus on the Eastern Panhandle. If I were to be given a test about the history of Berkeley County, I don't know as though I pass necessarily, but I wouldn't fail. So I'm learning a lot, but I've been very involved in the county since we bought our property.
Okay. Mr. Kokenair.
Well, number one, when I read your cover letter and after the phone conversation, I was very impressed with your background, your knowledge. I know you've did some work at the Fire Academy in Emmitsburg in the past also. Yeah. So that really kind of caught my attention, But, when I look at, I'm not familiar with the Nancy Hanks Center for Arts. I'm not familiar with that. But I am, it's within, I guess, the old post office. And then when you were appointed by the Reagan administration on the GSA level, I think that you have a lot of knowledge and expertise that you could lend us. So with that, I've really appreciate you reaching out and willing to give back and help get this potentially off the ground and get this museum up and running for our region, not just our county, but our entire region. Mm-hmm. So thank you.
Thank you. The old post office building was an extraordinary project. I was a young 20-something and came to Washington with the Reagan administration. I grew up in Southern California. And one of the first appointments I had was at GSA. And at that point in time, the federal government was really looking at projects. This had actually been in the works for more than a decade. But to convert the old post office building on Pennsylvania Avenue into a multi-use space and to repurpose the whole building. And it was an extraordinary effort because the Pennsylvania Development Corporation had its eyes on demolishing. And the city and lots of advocates got together and GSA managed that whole renovation project. I wasn't involved directly in the renovation, but certainly in the historical preservation piece of the building. And then the Ditchley bells, I'm not familiar with those, but those are the bells that hang in the tower of the old post office. And they were a gift to the United States from Queen Elizabeth. And the Congress couldn't find a place to hang the bells because they were all forged at the same foundry in Britain that forged the Liberty Bell. So Congress went back and forth and back and forth and finally decided that the best place would be in the tower. So even today you can go into the tower and actually ring those bells. But the dedication process was pretty involved because it involved the royal family, it involved leadership of Great Britain, the Prime Minister, George W. Bush was the Vice President then. So we planned this little party for all these people to dedicate the building. And it was named in Nancy Hanks' honor because she had been the former chair of the National Endowment for the Humanities and really gave lift to our whole investment in cultural interests in the arts, and particularly in schools. So the building was named after her, and fast forward, it became a hotel, and now it's another hotel. But the building itself still has significant historical interest.
Mr. Gatlin, anything else?
Not to follow up, just want to thank you for your willingness to serve, and appreciate that very much.
Well, thank you, sir.
I was reading through your cover letter here, and you've had quite a quite an eventful life, I would say, with all the projects you've worked on, and I just, when Eddie mentioned about up at National Emergency Training Center, I've got a project going on up there right now that I'm working on.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, but it's just under the buildings or under the tunnel area, but I've been up there, well, just about every day.
That was quite a project as well. That was under FEMA,
Yeah.
which was another appointment in the administration. And we would fly up to Emmitsburg, that old Catholic girls' school, and we're part of the dedication of the firefighters
Memorial. Yeah. We're just on the other side of the building where the swimming pool is, and that the roadway between there. If you're looking straight ahead at the memorial,
right?
We're to the left of it over there between those couple of buildings and the wall. We're working down in the.
I need to get back up there. I haven't been up there.
Well, we got it all.
Incredible facility.
We got most of it tore up.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you for coming in, and like I said, we won't make any decisions today, but we're, like I said, in the infant stages of creating this new board. So,
right.
We're looking for the most knowledgeable and the most willing. So.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, council members. I'll just say in closing that for me, this is a great transition in life. I say this under my breath, just received my first Social Security check. So, and now living here full time have been for the last 5+ years. So while I still do work with the Rural School and Community Trust, and sit on a number of boards, looking for exciting things to do, and this really jumped off the page. So I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay. Mr. Wine, County Administrator, grant application, South Berkeley Park, and Tracy. I guess
Yeah, they tried to bait me into talking without you in the room, Tracy.
so we're gonna let Tracy come on up here, and Gary, you want to lead us off?
So long story short, Councilperson Catlett, in his effort to grow the park system and his knowledge of grant processes, he came late last week and again early this week looking for some opportunity, or knowing there were some opportunities with a couple items. Asked Tracy in turn did it, and in that process realized that the partner you're working with, you've already funded, design, construction, if you will, realized that there's 4 opportunities for grant applications. two of which are because the parcel that the park is on is in the HUD census block, so gives you another opportunity. Steve can talk to you exactly what this money is, because he's been awarded some of those land and water grants before. And then basically what we're asking is for the council's blessing to go ahead and make application to those. Their due date, I believe one is in today and one is tomorrow, or tomorrow Monday.
Tomorrow and Sunday.
Tomorrow and Sunday,
Yeah.
I knew.
One Sunday.
Yeah,
The deadline is
tomorrow. So long story short, it would give you opportunity. There's some match to it. You have funds set aside for those kinds of things in a couple different funds. But what we're looking for is just a blessing to make applications, so you can potentially get as much as, I think, 2 million, Tracy? Was it in a 150-50 match? What's the opportunity?
Let me explain
There you go.
congressional directed money.
There you go.
Congressional
It
directive.
is not a grant application.
Right.
It's basically a proposal to your senators to say, could you please, during the budget process, take this money that's going to go to XYZ agency and tell that agency, Berkeley County, is going to apply for this project and it is going to cost $500,000. I'm telling you to set $500,000 aside for Berkeley County's project. You still have to wait for the grant application to come open and meet every qualification under that grant. It's not guaranteed money until you have it in the bank. This is just a proposal that says, we would like you to recognize this and tell that agency to set this money aside.
There you go. That's why we had to wait on Tracy.
I can't explain it any better.
Can I say something? In the LWCF program, we've utilized in Berkeley County probably 12 or 13 times over the years. So a lot of our parks are a result of those LWCF grants. And understanding it, it's a 60-page process and it's very in-depth, but it has paid great dividends for our community. And I would know this, that LWCF used to only get $500,000 for the whole state of West Virginia. Well, now they're getting over $5 million a year because of the Great American Outdoors Act. And the champion of all the Senate that got that Great American Outdoors bill passed was Manchin. And Capito also sub-sponsored that bill. I know this, if we were to apply for an LWCF grant and it had Manchin's name on it, usually they're at $5 million, they're not very competitive, but because of ARPA money, a lot of communities, it is competitive now. But if Manchin says he would like to see this funded, then I think we'd have a great chance to get it to, and my suggestion would be we ask for $1 million and match it with $1 million, so that we could kick off that park and really get it substantially started where people could actually maybe start using it here in the next few years. I realize the process may not be available to even apply again until months from now, but at some point, if it has his name of approval on it or Shelley's, I think it would be a big plus. And it was exciting to hear that if HUD qualifies down there, that there's no match required for HUD. That would be nice to pursue that as well, because that's a no match type grant program through HUD. They suggest a local match, but it's not a significant one like dollar for dollar. The only commitment that you make when you do a land and water project is they require one restriction in the deed of the property, and that's a 6FC3. And what that does, all it does is says that property will be used in perpetuity for public recreation from that point on, which is what you'd want it to be used for anyway. So that's it. But
So we're just asking for the blessing of the council to move forward and get your foot in the door.
I'm okay with it if you all are.
Yeah, okay with it.
Got 24 hours, don't you?
Yes, I've had to work overtime in the evenings this week, which I've never had to do. I plan out my grant schedule and very well so that I'm never late on a grant or miss a grant opportunity, but I'm always here asking before. And I've worked on grants that I have under development that are coming open this year that I've worked on for the last year doing research and so forth. So last minute grants do not appeal to me. I like to work on it and put the best possible wordage in those grants so that it reflects well on the county and the citizens and gives us the best competitive opportunity that we can have.
If we
So
don't,
I've put in a lot of overtime this week.
if we wouldn't make it in this grant, how long was the time frame for the next?
Oh, no, we
application?
will make it. I do not fail.
I know that.
I do not fail.
Yeah.
And if I do not fail with grace. So, no.
I'm not
I mean,
saying
I
that
will
at all.
make-
I'm not saying that
I
at all.
will make it, but I've had to put in a lot of extra time
Yes.
because I'm doing the job of two people. I'm down somebody in my department, and so I'm having to do everything that that individual did for the last 2 years for me. I'm having to do her job plus mine.
You've
We
done a
appreciate you
remarkable,
very much, believe me.
you've done a remarkable job in grants for this county. So, well, yeah,
I try.
you most certainly do, and that does not go unnoticed. That's for sure. So the consensus is that we move forward with it, and
And hit submit.
you can hit submit.
Thank you.
Is that all
Appreciate
right?
your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. All righty. Review of budgets with elected officials. We got one of them in here. Huh?
20 minutes ahead.
20 minutes ahead. Let's take a break here for a little bit, and then we'll see who all shows up.
Gary.
Okay, we're back in session, everybody. We're going to start the budget presentation for all the elected officials here, and Gary's got it up here on the screens. I know it's kind of small, but y'all have your alls in front of you also. I mean, as far as your all sheets and things like that. Start with I guess the most every account that what was requested was filled, except for positions and raises. But we will we'll look at the raises as we find out our unencumbered balance after the fiscal year. So what we'll start off with is the county council's 401 budget.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
might be good to acknowledge the funding, the revenue you're starting with.
Oh, yes, sir. The revenue that we're starting with is $50,100,366. And that was allowed after all due consideration of our projected revenues and the assessor's fund or amounts.
That is correct.
So on the county council budget, requested was $1,805,734, and that was funded across $1,805,734. County clerk at $1,092,405. And COLA increases, like I said, we'll review those after the unencumbered fund balance after the end of the fiscal year. The consensus of the 5 members was $1,092,405. Tony, is that you're good with that? Thank you, sir. The circuit clerk was $1,242,021, and again we funded that at $1,242,021. Michelle, where's she at? There she is. Okay, I got a head nod back there for a yes. Sheriff's tax office, $859,839, as well as the consensus was $859,839. Is that correct, Sheriff? Okay. Prosecuting attorney, $2,750,466 was requested. We funded $2,750,466, and requesting one full-time APA at the cost of $96,000, funded in contingency. Okay, is that correct, Gary? Did I have that right?
That is correct.
Okay. The assessor's office requested $1,051,143. We funded $1,051,143. Mr. Hess, is that good? Okay. Statewide computer network, it's funded across at $150,000, but I did get an email stating that our portion was $105,000. So that's is that correct?
It changes.
It changes. It's not static. Okay, so we've funded that one well then. Sheriff's tax processing is flat funded across at $222,000. That has that's no salaries in that, is it? Okay. The fiduciary funded or requested at $340,789, and we funded it $340,789. Okay, that's fine. And the agricultural agent requested $124,664, and we funded $124,664. That was account 412. Account 413, county clerk's elections, requested $785,447, and we funded $785,447. Good, Tony? Magistrate court is always the same at $75,000. Circuit court security, $1,994,895 was requested, and we funded $1,994,895.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Let's see. Custodial and building maintenance requested $950,094, and we funded $950,094. Mr. Lang? Jack? Okay. Civil service, we funded 12,500 and, or requested 12,000 and we funded 12,500. Is that right, Tony? Thank you. The insurance program, 0. That was, it's in courthouse account, yeah. Courthouse account, $3,756,000, and we funded $3,756,000. And out of that comes all the expenditures for
All utilities.
all utilities,
property
gas.
casualty insurance.
Okay. Other buildings, $4,535,000, and we funded $4,535,000. That's our debt service, yeah, for our bonds, correct? Data processing, IT, requested $2,963,217, and we funded $2,963,217. Mr. Wine, is that correct? Regional Development Authority, Region 9, requested $100,395, and we funded $100,395.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Barnhart. Community development, the air quality, nothing. Main Street, Martinsburg, requested $85,000. Well, these are, I guess, considered outside agencies now. Requested $85,000. We funded $25,000 from coal severance. Economic development, I-81 corridor, 0. The airport requested $250,000, and we funded $250,000. Building rehab, 0. Building inspections, requested $820,371, and we funded $820,371. Brian's off, okay. Account 439, planning and zoning, requested $345,345, and we funded $345,345. How'd that happen? Anybody doing any lottery tickets today? And engineering requested $695,320, and we funded $695,320. And then contingencies, this is, can you, okay, I can read it here. Half the cost is in there for Hedgesville 24/7 at $300,000 for firefighters. Home confinement officer at $90,000. Emergency services salary change of $4,500. And DRC case manager, $70,116. Prosecuting attorney full-time, assistant prosecuting attorney, I'm sorry, at $96,774. Is that correct, Katie? And solid waste, $112,125. And we allocated an airport fund of $75,000 for possibly some upcoming changes on revenue there that just found out about not too long ago, but it is in contingency for the time being. And the total amount in contingencies is $748,515. Is that correct? I have that right?
No, that's what earmarking.
That we have earmarked in contingencies. I'm sorry. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. 814. Okay. And we come down here, it's account 700, law enforcement. Requested was $6,681,340, and we funded $6,818,000. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's the type of it.
That's $6,818,000. Okay, I'm sorry. It includes $369,000 in overtime. I'm sorry, 396. I've got too many eyes here going on. And it does not include the 3 additional deputies at that cost of outfitting at $314, at $214,548, and vehicles at an estimated cost of $450,000. Sheriff, we talked about that, and we still have 1 deputy in contingencies now, so we will keep an eye on that, and as well as you, and we'll address it as the time would warrant us to, if that's accepted.
Thanks.
Service of process, requested $627,683, and we funded $627,683. Regional jail, this is the talk of the town here right now. down in Charleston, isn't it, Eddie?
Yes, it is.
We requested $3,500,000, and as the trend goes, we dropped it down $250,000, so we're funding it at $3,250,000, and we hope everything continues that trend down. So that might change, depends on whether or not this bill passes or dies. Home confinement requested $693,727, and we funded $693,727. Police special deputy, the reserves requested $5,000, and we funded $5,000. Let's see here, emergency services, they requested $2,418,970, and we funded $2,418,970. Got a head nod back there, okay. Communications center, funding for 911 center, is that correct? From non-emergency fund. Requested $300,000, and we funded $300,000. And animal control, requested $372,600, and we funded $372,600. That includes this office too, huh, for animal control. Come on, guys, give me a laugh out there. I'm trying to make this funny. Alrighty, and central garage requested $343,622, and we funded $343,622. Line item 718, flood control conservation. They requested $5,000, and we have earmarked $5,000 from coal severance. Let's see, law enforcement block grant, safe haven, requested $5,000, and we also funded that through coal severance. Did I miss anything? Is that correct? Page 2, items, line item 731, alternative sentencing day report center, requested $3,423,036, and we funded $3,423,036. A lot of that is grant funded back to us, is that correct? A lot of that. Community alternatives to violence. They requested $15,000, and we funded $10,000 from coal severance. Eastern Panhandle Empowerment Center requested $47,000, and we funded $2,500 from coal severance. That was the first time asked from them, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? It was under another name. No, okay. The health department requested $100,000, and we funded $100,000. Mental health, mental hygiene transports. The request was $375,920, and we funded $375,920. Okay. Recovery services. Request was $631,708, and we funded $631,708. Solid waste and recycling requested $175,125, and we funded $63,000 with $112,125 in contingencies. Not sure what's going to happen there with the Ensorga building. So, solid waste litter control requested $15,636, and we funded $12,000 on that. Any questions? Okay, that was in litter control. This is supply items. Is that correct, Gary? Requested $2,000, and we funded $2,000. Parks and Rec, hotel motel tax. We funded that last year. Well, it was requested at $350,000. We funded it $400,000 with the current trend. It's a projected split between CVB. And Parks and Rec general fund requested $190,000. We funded $140,000. Parks and Rec capital funds, they requested $67,000, and we funded $67,000. And then we have another item here for the kids by George, and we did not fund that. That says they didn't ask. Okay. Apollo Civic Theater, they requested $140,000, and we funded $27,000 out of coal severance. That was we also gave them a big chunk for their marquee out front, so that's kind of why that was item there. Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle requested 45, and we funded 20. 45,000, we funded 25 or 20,000 out of that. Martinsburg Roundhouse requested 28,000, we funded 28,000. That's basically for the insurance.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Insurance policy. Historic Morgan Cabin requested 10,000, and we funded them 5,000 for some of their improvements at that's physical improvements. Yeah, they all volunteer their time for that. Mountain State Apple Harvest Festival requested 5,000, and we funded 2,500. Historic Landmarks Commission requested 5,106, and we funded 2,500. Convention and Visitors Bureau Hotel Motel Tax. Again, we portioned that at 400,000. The request was what was trending, but we funded it at 400,000 on that side. Library, which is a given. The request, I guess it's our portion. It's not so much what they requested. It's 996,974. Is that correct, Gary?
Yes, sir. There's a special access. There's a calculated spreadsheet. You don't have any choice.
You don't have any choice. Social Services, Meals on Wheels, requested 3,000, and we funded 3,000. CCAP Loaves, they requested 3, and we funded 3. Social Services of Hospice requested 2,500, and we funded 2,500. Red Cross, they requested 5,000, and we funded 2,500. Human Resources, which is CASA, requested 10,000, and we funded 5,000. Senior Services requested 70,000. We funded 37,600, duly because we still take care of the building and everything for them. So, Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority requested 150,000, and we funded 60,000 with an asterisk there. If have to maybe revisit that one. General Government all vehicle payments. For the bond note of that, we funded it at 750,000. That's for the rotation of the vehicles and the debt service on that for the loan for the vehicles. Capital other buildings funded 0, and that brings us down to the bottom line of a balanced budget of $50,100,366, and total funded from coal severance was $74,500, which I think we'll have a little bit of a cushion in there if it's needed. Does anybody have any questions that as far as? Yes, sir. 413. The elections.
Yeah.
You requested 785, 447. And we funded 785, 447.
Just another question, Mr. President. You have a deadline on the encumbered numbers that the date that they want to encumber some things when it might be April.
Yeah, that would be in May.
May?
May, yeah. I don't have the exact date. It'll be in May, yeah. Okay.
Mr. Simon, did you hear home confinement? Did you come in after home confinement? You heard it.
You heard home confinement? Yeah,
Home
yeah.
confinement, I got it.
Yeah.
I was keeping after that one.
I can only say when I was started up here, 12 and a half years ago, our budget was half of this. And in 10, 12 years, this budget has doubled and this county has grown, and we seem to be able to do more with less. I mean, it sounds like we got a whole lot more, but it still costs a lot to run this county. And I really thank you all for your all's consideration and trying to make this county work for the county or for us up here. So,
Mr. President, if I may, it's important to note that you fully funded all requests by also reducing the burden on the taxpayers. Your levy rate was reduced.
That is correct. Yep, our levy rate was reduced by the rollback. So to the tune of
About $500,000 it cost.
$500,000.
$500,000.
I can give you the rate of it. It went from 1406 to 13.81.
Our levy rate, 1406 to 1381. So we had a reduction there. So, anybody have any other questions? And if not, is everybody okay with that?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all very much, and appreciate y'all's time coming in and hearing everything that we complain about, I guess, so. Alrighty, any items from the public? Anybody? Alrighty, we have an executive session we're gonna go into.
Mr. President, I move to go into executive session for
Legal matters and
For legal matters.
For legal matters, yep. We are in executive session. Hey. Okay, we're out of executive session. Any action?
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion, we authorize the president to enter into an agreement with settlement with Walgreens Pharmaceutical Company.
Over the opioid
Over the opioid
settlement plan.
I second it.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Any items from the public? Nope. Okay. Mr. Barnhart,
Mr. President, I would really like to make a motion to recess.
we are recessed. Thank you, sir.